University of Rwanda, and we are going to be working together to MC this event for the next 3 days. I'll be using as little time as I can so that we get effective. And on this note, I want to call the convener, the event convener, Prof. Wenceslas, to come and make his remarks, and then we proceed.
Representative from the Ministry of Education and guest of honor, Vice Chancellor, University of Rwanda, distinguished guests and delegates, esteemed colleagues and fellow academicians and researchers, all protocol observed, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is my honor and privilege to welcome you all to the third International Conference on Reshaping Education for Sustainable Development, hosted by the University of Rwanda College of Education. This year, we gather under the theme, Empowering Educators to Prepare Students for Tomorrow's Complex Challenges. Allow me to express my gratitude to each one of you for making the time to join us here at the Kigali Conference and Exhibition Village, a venue befitting the significance of this occasion. Your presence, ladies and gentlemen, whether as speakers, participants, or collaborators, reflects a shared commitment to advancing education as the cornerstone of sustainable development. Ladies and gentlemen, let me reflect on the journey so far we have been in. Serving as the conference convener for 3 consecutive years has been both an incredible honor and remarkable challenge. Every edition of this conference has taught me something new, not just about education, but about the power of collaboration, perseverance, and shared vision. It has also reminded me that behind every successful event is a community of dedicated people, often working behind the scenes day and night to make the impossible possible. As we convene this 3rd edition, it is worth revisiting the journey that has brought us here. You remember, I can see that some faces are not new. In March 2023, our inaugural conference at the Kigali Conference Exhibition Village, here, the same venue, focused on rethinking holistic education for the 4th industrial revolution, recognizing the pivotal role of teachers in shaping future generations. Building on this, the 2nd conference held in May 2024 at Kigali Serena Hotel delved into re-examining quality education and professionalism in the 21st century, addressing the urgent need to align education with the demands of our evolving world. Today, ladies and gentlemen, we take this dialogue further. In a world marked by rapid technological advancement, climate change, social inequality, and geopolitical shifts, the task before educators is more demanding than ever. We must equip students not only with the knowledge, but also with the skills, resilience, and values to navigate an uncertain and complex future. Ladies and gentlemen, the theme retained for this conference is a call for action. Empowering educators to prepare students for tomorrow's complex challenges is more than a theme. It is a call to action. Education is a transformative force, but its power lies in the hands of educators who inspire, guide, and challenge students to think critically and act responsibly. As Nelson Mandela, the president of South Africa at that time, said, education is the most powerful weapon which you can use to change the world. I am quoting. Empowering educators, therefore, is not just about professional development, it is about empowering societies. Ladies and gentlemen, let us look ahead for these 3 days. Over the next 3 days, we will engage in thought-provoking sessions, workshops, and networking opportunities designed to inspire and challenge us. Let us approach these discussions with an open mind and a collaborative spirit, recognizing that the solutions we seek require collective effort and shared vision. As we embark on this journey together, let us remember the words of Malala Yousafzai. I quote, "Let us remember, one book, one pen, one child, and one teacher can change the world." I'm quoting Yousafzai in 2013. Let this conference be a catalyst for change, sparking ideas that will empower educators and through them transform the lives of countless students. The importance of education mission has been echoed by prominent scholars and educational thinkers. Some of them are like John Dewey, an American psychologist, pioneer in experiential education, reminding us that education is not preparation for life. Education is life itself. This statement underscores the need to make learning a dynamic and lifelong process rather than a finite phase. Moreover, Paulo Freire, in the pedagogy of the oppressed, he challenges us to view education as an act of liberation. Freire argued that through education is the practice of freedom, the means by which men and women deal critically and creatively with reality and discover how to participate in the transformation of their world. Let me, before I can end my speech, let me also address a word of gratitude and acknowledgement. This conference would not have been possible without the collective efforts of many. Let me take this opportunity to sincerely thank Mastercard Foundation for funding the activities of Leaders in Teaching Initiative Program at the University of Rwanda-College of Education. The organization of this conference would not have been possible without its financial support. I wish also to extend heartfelt appreciation to the University of, and more specifically to the University of Rwanda College of Education for consistently nurturing and supporting both the research culture and the spirit of academic thinking. Backing has made this continued success not only possible, but sustainable. I am immensely grateful to the various teams and committees who have worked this journey with me. Many have worked around the clock, often under pressure, always with unwavering commitment, not to let me down, but more importantly, not to let the vision of this conference down. I equally want to acknowledge the participants, dear participants, ladies and gentlemen, who have traveled from afar to be with us today. Your perspectives and experiences enrich our discussions and remind us of the global nature of the challenges we seek to address. As I conclude, I urge you to embrace this opportunity to connect, learn, and innovate. The future of education depends on our ability to adapt, collaborate, and inspire. Together, let us lay the foundation for a more sustainable, equitable, and inclusive world. Thank you, and I wish you a productive and inspiring conference.
That was great. Thank you, Prof. Wenceslas. Great words to go by. A round of applause, and then we invite another person. There is a book that he cited, Pedagogy of the Oppressed by Paulo Freire, and he made a quotation from that book, and I saw most of you nodding. If you want a soft copy of that, please, we're ready to share. The author wouldn't mind that we shared something so gracious. So please check on us so that we share the copy with you free of charge, because we didn't buy it as well. He shared. Thank you. We invite our Prince, Prof. Flourier, to come and make his remarks. Thank you.
Chief Technical Advisor in the Ministry of Education, representing the ministry, and today serving us as a guest of honor. Dear Vice Chancellor, Universal Rwanda, dear colleague principals here present, government officials, esteemed development partners, scholars, academics and educational practitioners, colleagues from our own community, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, very good morning. Before I proceed, as the convener has highlighted, of course, I thank him for his good opening remarks. We thank, of course, the partner in organizing this conference, especially MasterCard Foundation. We have been partnering for almost now 7 years. And in this journey, they have been very supportive. And of course, the organizing committee, both locally and from abroad, we really thank you for making this event happen. And now we are celebrating it. So it is both my profound privilege and a great responsibility to welcome you to this third international conference on reshaping education for sustainable development. And we proudly host it in collaboration with our partner. We are living in a world that is rapidly changing. That is an old statement, but it still prevails. New technologies emerge every day. The job market evolves continuously, and global issues like climate change, inequalities in terms of access to quality education, and digital misinformation test our collective capacity to adapt. In this fast-paced environment, education is not just about imparting knowledge. It is about building resilience, critical thinking, empathy, creativity, and many other aspects and values needed in this world. At the heart of this gathering lies a shared belief, and I believe we share the belief that education is not merely a sectoral priority, but a powerful catalyst, as the convener said, for societal transformation. Today's global challenges demand that education system become more agile, inclusive, and forward-looking. The Universal Rwanda, especially our College of Education, embraces this global imperative with a renewed resolve. We view our role not simply as trainers of teachers, but as enablers of sustainable change. We aspire as a College of Education to cultivate a generation of educators and leaders who are not only technically competent, but ethically grounded, socially responsive, and globally aware. It is within this spirit that we have committed to hosting this annual gathering, now for the third time, not as an isolated academic event, but as part of broader mission to connect, to collaborate, and to characterize innovations across borders. We aim to make an impact nationally, but also regionally and beyond. to lead with passion and purpose. It means also equipping them with tools, both technological and policies. They should be active agents of change. This is most important if we want them to have that power to act. Let us also remember that preparing students of tomorrow doesn't just mean teaching hard skills or critical thinking. Rather, it means nurturing values, integrity, curiosity, resilience in this fast-changing world, and global citizenship. If we want our students to thrive in the face of uncertainty, we must first invest in those who guide them every day. The investment here I'm referring to is not financial as one can understand. Yes, it is needed, but investment is about empowering to be competent to deliver as expected. So when we empower educators, we unlock the potential of every student they inspire. Through this platform, we seek to build a scholarly ecosystem that nourishes both reflection and action. One where ideas spark impact and where diverse voices contribute to a common agenda of resilience, equity, excellence in our education systems. As we move forward in today's sessions and the following sessions, let us not only share ideas, let us also share to resolve. Let's commit to build systems that value and uplift educators and students or learners in general. Let's support one another in trying new things. Of course, we have to innovate. Let's advocate for our profession as educators with passion it deserves. Because when we empower ourselves as teachers, we empower students, as I said, and when we empower students, we build a better future for all of us. As we look ahead to reaffirm our commitment to this mandate of empowering educators, I extend an invitation to all of you to work this journey with us that we started 3 years ago. As partners, as co-creators, as fellow champions in education for sustainable development. To our returning participants and the new one, we are grateful for your enduring support. And we warmly welcome you into our university community. May this event be a catalyst of long-lasting and fruitful partnership. Of course, the college acknowledges tireless efforts of those of you who made this conference possible. I once again appreciate the organizing committee, the scientific committee, including reviewers of the abstract that were submitted, the technical team and coordinators, and every individual who worked diligently behind the scene, as the convener said. Once again, may this gathering, as I wish, not just be a conference, but be a source of inspiration, of commitment, a beginning of something greater in the future. Thank you.
Thank you so much, our principal, University of Rwanda-College of Education to be precise. And well, everyone listened. We wanted also to acknowledge the arrival of the Director General HEC, that's Higher Education Council. If you may, please wave to the public. Yeah, it's also important. You may have a question or two for him later, so that's why we all need to know each other. So our dear Vice Chancellor, for you to present your remarks. You also have to, you'll invite our guest of honor after your speech, and then after that one, a photo, and then other things that will follow. Welcome, sir.
Thank you very much, moderator. And I think you saw that all those others that came before me were not overloaded with tasks. For me, I have a very simple task, the one to begin with, which, as I was properly briefed, is to say welcome. And the other task is the one I will conclude with. Our guest of honor, the CTA at the Ministry of Education, dear the Director General for Higher Education Council, distinguished government officials here present, esteemed development partners, dear principals here present, dear scholars, academics, education practitioners, dear colleagues, the family members of the University of Rwanda, and those from the international academic community, dear Prof. Wenceslas, the convener of this conference, and your team, because as you rightly said, it wouldn't have been as we see it now if it wasn't to be the team playing. Ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to you all. It is with profound gratitude and pleasure that I join you here, Principal, as I said, to welcome you to this third international conference, which has been given a wonderful theme, which I believe we are all going to commit to. That is reshaping education for sustainable development. Even if we are not to say for what, even if we just keep reshaping education, you can imagine how much we are recommitting as educationists. Maybe before I go any further, I want to first say thank you to the organizers. Thank you for the College of Education. Thank you for thinking about having the conference as an inclusive conference, having thought about those who might not be hearing as most of us do, but who ought to be active participants to this conference by availing that facility, that support. I cannot know where the one who is helping is, but at least I saw her on the screen. Thank you very much for having thought about that. On behalf of the University of Rwanda, well, before I go any further, again, I want to say thank you to Prof. Pamela for being with us again. You are a very strong partaker to the transformation of education in Rwanda. We recognize your support. So on behalf of the University of Rwanda, I extend our heartfelt appreciation for your presence here and your unwavering commitment to advancing education as a pillar of national and global development. I have been informed that we have more than 10 nationalities in the room, and this has been a tradition. You are always eager to coming to Rwanda to share with us your wonderful experiences, your wonderful knowledge, and to connect with us, of course. This annual gathering has grown into one of the great academic forums, bringing together visionary minds to engage in dialogue, debate, and discovery. It is clear now that it is a powerful reminder that education is not only a fundamental human right, but it is the bedrock for sustainable development, peace, and shared prosperity. Education. Who can doubt that? We are all who we are today because of having been in the hands of educators. So it is not just a human right. It's just like the first speaker said, meant to be transforming us into the beings that we are and the beings that we would wish to be. As Rwanda's leading public institution of higher learning, the University of Rwanda remains firmly committed to its mission, nothing more than to produce highly skilled, innovative, and ethical graduates that are capable of contributing meaningfully, not just producing or contributing, but contributing meaningfully to national transformation and the global progress. As we always say and insist when we meet with our learners, we always remind them that they are being trained not to be just those that are going to be serving in their villages, but also their districts, but the national service, but also the global service. And because of that, they need to get open to that great world that we would wish to live in. Through quality education, cutting-edge research, and community engagement, we aim to shape citizens who are not only job seekers, but also solution providers. Indeed, the University of Rwanda is much sensitive on its core mandate, not to only generate knowledge, but to apply that knowledge in solving real-world problems, informing public policy, and driving innovation that benefits society at large. As educators in the room here, as academics, researchers, practitioners, we very much know that today we are before a very great challenge of educating in this era, where those that we are educating sometimes are even ahead of us, where what we think we are going to educate them, they are exposed to much more. But as was put by the principal in his address, we need to also contribute in guiding our learners in how to be selective in what they are exposed to, in showing to them, educating them, what is more valuable. As we are meeting now, next week we'll be having another great conference here, which is going to be bringing together many African universities, but also Australian universities in what we call the Australia-Africa Universities Network. And the theme shall be AI in higher education. How are we going to embrace AI in higher education? How are we going to turn it into a useful tool to help us deliver more in our education, in shaping our learners that we are shaping to become our future leaders, learners that we are shaping to become our future parents, learners that we are trying to shape to become ethical and more ethical than ever before, especially in this era that we are in today. Also, a few months later, in October, we'll be having another global conference here that we'll be having as a theme, Trust in Higher Education. And why the theme? and I'm sorry to be mixing up the themes, but I bring them forward because they all converge on just one important thing: reshaping education. Trust in education. You've heard, today we are talking about reshaping education. Next week we'll be talking about AI in higher education. And in October, same venue here, we will be talking about trust in higher education. And why? Why do you have to revisit, to rethink, to reflect on trust in higher education? It's because now we are facing a challenge, a serious challenge, where some learners have gotten to the level of even thinking whether it is meaningful anymore to come to classrooms. They think they have everything with them on their gadgets, and they wonder why they can even spend time in schools. So it is again incumbent upon us to get to that level of showing them what value, what addition are they going to have when they come to our classrooms. But we are not only building that trust in higher education with our learners only, also our stakeholders. Why should they trust us? Why should they find value in us? And that's all what we are going to be revisiting. This year is very critical for us in reflecting on all those themes. In effect, it is through honoring this core mandate that, according to the Times Higher Education Sub-Saharan Africa rankings just last year, when we first attempted to get into that race, the University of Rwanda was ranked among the top 10 universities. Actually, to be precise, it was ranked the 6th. This milestone is also a reflection of the dedication of our faculty, staff, students, and strategic partners. You all contributed to this ranking. This achievement indeed is a motivation to us all to continuously raise the bar in academic quality, research excellence, and international collaborations. To all our partners, local and international, your continued support and collaboration are always vital. Here they mentioned the MasterCard Foundation. Your work is extremely valuable to us. Your contribution is always remarkable, not only to the College of Education or to supporting in the convening this conference as we are here, but in all veins of the university's performance at the University of Rwanda. And it is not just you alone, MasterCard Foundation. We have so many partners supporting various aspects. We always value your contribution. So with this conference, let it be serve not only as a platform to acknowledge the exchange or for knowledge exchange, but also as a springboard for new partnerships and enduring networks that advance shared educational goals. As we engage in the sessions ahead for the next today and the next 2 days, I encourage you to reflect boldly, contribute generously, and collaborate meaningfully. Always, conferences of this kind help not only to support you as you present or learn from those who will be presenting before you, but also to create new partnerships that shall be based upon in your future endeavors. Let us use this moment, therefore, to inspire one another and reimagine education for a more just, inclusive, and sustainable future. Before I close my remarks, I feel I must take this opportunity to commend the College of Education for its consistency and leadership in organizing this conference. As they said, this is the 3rd time they are doing it, and of course I know because I've always been with you. So it's now not just being a one-time event, but becoming a culture. You have set a commendable standard for academic engagement across our colleges, and we believe this is going to keep on, so that may be entrenched as a tradition. We know just each college is endeavoring to coming up with its approaches, its engagements, its contributions. We are blessed as the University of Rwanda being a comprehensive university with various colleges, various campuses, and each one of you is trying hard to see that you are contributing meaningfully, as I said earlier, to the world's development. We thank you endlessly for that. Together, let us turn knowledge into action, partnerships into progress, and dialogue into lasting impact. Those of you who followed on Monday, we had a wonderful conference again, this time not organized by faculty, but by students. Undergraduate, not postgraduate students, who are organized into a research club, the nursing and midwifery students. They have made it a culture. It was also their third round of conference where they have nurtured themselves into great researchers. And as I spoke to them, at the university level, ordinarily, when we talk of younger researchers, we always forget. Oh my, let me not start with forgetting. We always think that we are talking about those young PhD graduates, all PhD researchers, and we often forget that they can even start earlier. And they challenged us. I told them, and I think you can be also in the same category of learners, that they enabled us to learn from them that they can also be included. And they presented wonderful research outputs. They said, we cannot waste our time. We are into clinical rotations, and we are attending to patients. We observe, we collect data, and we analyze and interpret the data as young as they are. And it has been, I think, our fault. I encourage colleagues, principals from other colleges to learn from these young ones, and encourage your learners as well on your respective campuses to have such clubs that prepare them early as undergraduate students to becoming great researchers in future. Whatever they are doing, allow them to do mistakes, because that's their time to do mistakes, but out of those mistakes they will be learning a lot. I don't know whether in this conference we have students participating. If they are there, may I see their hands up? Students? Wonderful, wonderful. And thank you very much for being there, because this is where you are going to be learning from. May I know whether those of you students who put up your hands, you are not just postgraduate students. Do I have undergraduate students in the room? You see? Yes. Let's learn from that. We need to involve them, because it's not just postgraduate students that are meant to be researchers. We have had that tradition as the University of Rwanda. We have seen that when we graduate our undergraduate students, when they go for masters elsewhere around the world, they become leaders. They become mentors of their counterparts coming from other universities, because at least we entrench research right from the beginning. That practice should continue. And next time, if we are to have the fourth round and the subsequent rounds, let's also try to involve undergraduate students, because they have proven to us that we are wrong when we think that researchers are those in postgraduate programs and above. So with that, I want to thank you so much for your great attention. And I believe you are going to keep sharing. Your presence is going to be insightful. Your presentations are going to be equally so. And your commitment to furthering the partnership is going to be even more stronger. Thank you for that attention. And now I turn to my last and heavier assignment, which is none than inviting our guest of honor, the CTA engineer Gatabazi, to come and present his remarks. Thank you so much.
Good morning. Yes, as introduced, my name is Pascal Gatabazi. I'm the Chief Technical Advisor in the Ministry of Education. I'm happy to be here with you on behalf of the Minister of Education, who would have loved to be here. It has been a privilege for me. It's not the first time being requested to join these wonderful undertakings of the university on behalf of the minister. So I cannot be privileged enough more than that. If I don't know if I'm putting it in the right context. So let me start as a tradition by recognizing distinguished people in the room. Dear VC, thank you for the invitation. We are happy to be here. We are also, as you mentioned, we are happy also to be with the Director General of Higher Education Council, a senior colleague. I've been informed we also have development partners, so we are happy to recognize our esteemed development partners who are here with us and who not necessarily here but always support us in our journey. I want to recognize the scholars, academicians, education practitioners who are also here with us. I would deeply recognize the UR faculty and leadership. We have principals here with us. And we have distinguished guests across. I have been informed more than 10 years in the room. On a special note, if you allow me, I want also to recognize the presence of Professor Pamela Abote. I don't know if she's hearing us. She has been with us and contributed significantly in our education. On a personal note, I think we were together at the former KIST more than 20 years ago. And then he took up leadership in the Higher Education Council. I think she was the founding Director General of the Higher Education Council. She crafted a number of documents. And then she was with also the University of Rwanda, the College of Education, by then the Kigali Institute of Education. So I just wanted on a personal note to recognize her. Now in the formal speech, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Minister, it is both an honor and a privilege for us to deliver these opening remarks at this third international conference on reshaping education for sustainable development. The Vice Chancellor emphasized the meaning beyond the theme. We hear you, sir. On behalf of the Minister of Education and the government of Rwanda, we extend heartfelt congratulations to the University of Rwanda and the MasterCard Foundation for your unwavering commitment to academic excellence and international collaboration. The theme, as the leadership clearly outlined, empowering educators to prepare students for the complex challenges of tomorrow, is both timely and vital. It has always been timely, but it's vital. It underscores the indispensable role of teachers as catalysts for transformation in education and society. In Rwanda, our education vision is bold, thinking big, to nurture a skilled, confident, and ethical grounded citizen equipped to drive our socio-economic transformation. This is pursued through inclusive, high-quality education that fosters critical thinking, innovation, scientific literacy, and strong civic values. Our national vision aligns closely with the Sustainable Development Goal 4, which aims to ensure inclusive and equitable quality education and promote lifelong learning opportunities for all. We believe that education is more than a right, as outlined by leaders who spoke before me, It is the engine for national development, personal empowerment, and global peace. Conferences such as this one are critical platform for knowledge exchange, policy reflection, and collective innovation. They strengthen the academic fabric of our institutions and promote deeper partnership that transcend borders. We encourage the University of Rwanda to continue fostering such collaboration, while also advancing sustainable models of institutional growth, including inclusive digital resource utilization and internally generated revenues streams to support long-term resilience. The lessons of the COVID-19 pandemic have been profound. We were reminded of the importance of agility and adaptability in education. Today, we must build on that momentum, embracing hybrid and blended learning as permanent features of a more inclusive and future-ready academic ecosystem. The University of Rwanda's investment in e-learning infrastructure provide a valuable springboard for this transformation. As outlined in our education sector strategic plan 2024-2029 just published, we are resolute in our efforts to improve the quality, relevance, and inclusivity of our education system. Yet, challenges remain, of course, with graduate employability rates averaging around 45 from TSS studies over the past decade. We must do more to align higher education with labor market needs. I understand the Higher Education Council, with the leadership here, they are on top of that assignment. Equally, Rwanda research outputs currently at 0.6 publications per capita per year, below our one target, calls for strategic investment and capacity building. The gross domestic expenditure on research and development at 0.79 of GDP in 2022-23 must be enhanced to support our aspirations. We understand the environment, of course, we are working in, but these are the yardsticks. Tackling these challenges demands coordinated actions to strengthen research ecosystem, boost academic excellence, and reinforce linkages between universities, industries, and communities. These priorities are embedded within our broader national strategy for transformation. Under Pillar 4, social transformation, we commit to delivering education that is not only high in quality, but relevant to the demands of an evolving world at unprecedented pace. As we often say, education is the master gear that powers all sectors, from the health and the economy to environment and social cohesion. In conclusion, I express my sincere appreciation to all who made this conference possible, organizers, partners, scholars, and guests. May this forum be a space for bold ideas, transformative dialogue, and enduring partnerships. And may the knowledge shared here translate into actions that elevate Rwanda's education system and advance our shared global goals. Murakoze cyane. Yes, that's the end of my remarks, but I believe messages were sent across, almost same message from VC, from the principal, from others. We are just putting a little bit of the cement from the minister. Thank you.
So thank you so much. A round of applause to our guest of honor. I know it's 3 days. It's going to be, the event is structured, but we'll be transgressing once in a while. Break one normal two. That's why I left the podium. So that we just feel as easy as you would want to be. Now, the next phase is a group photo. Well, we are here. Please be invited. I want the cameraman to guide us. But what I know is that we have our guests here. Then we have our international authors or speakers with us next. And then the rest of the good us are going to be around too. So please, cameramen, are you around? They are here. Don't get worried about the space. We've taken this space and we've taken photos 3 times the audience. They usually fit us in. I don't know how they do it. So, Muzerero tufati photo. Our guests here. Yes, Trajano, duhagarare hano. Our international guest, I can see you. Our sisters from Kenya, from Malawi, from Tanzania, from other great countries. Please be around too. Our partners. Please, everyone else, please join us. Birasaba ko bamwe bicara kugira ngo abinyuma bagaragare. So, our dear guests, you may please be seated. Please. Abandi muhagarare inyuma kuri esikariye kugira ngo twese tugaragare. Ibintu turabikora neza, twitonze neza, nabibonye. Thank you so much. Yeah. All of us are in. All right, some from that side come here. There is space here. We want everyone to, let your face be in the camera. Let your face be in the face of the camera, okay? Okay.
Make sure the faces are there.
It's a lovely event. We may want to smile, okay? Yes, as they be seated, as they take the pictures, the guests, 2 gifts, then I'll let you know what to do next. 2 gifts. We want to, here we are going to tea, but before everyone leaves, we want to appreciate with a gift to 2 main people here. You may move slow or reduce the movements. Turashaka gushimira our guest of honor. We want to appreciate you, our dear guest of honor. And we also want to appreciate MasterCard Foundation. I see our dear Ruth here with us. So the gifts are being brought. You may please, now I'll use my, you please be seated. Can everyone take their seat? Yeah, please be seated for a second. Yeah, please. Yeah, please be seated, everyone. Thank you so much. Thank you. It's lovely being next to empowered ladies who are very generous. So, what comes next? As per your program, we have the first panelist. But behind you, there's some very good tea. We're not going to vote about what to go for, but I think most of you, by the looks, you promise that you go for tea for just a short time, possibly 15 minutes maximum, please, if you may, so that we come back for our next agenda. Go for tea, relate. It's going to be 3 days. Have fun, play around, and then we see how better to progress through the day. Bless you. Perumal, the University of the Witwatersrand, Rand, South Africa. Dr. Samuel Yao Ampofo, University of Cape Coast, Ghana. Dr. Iroth Onen Harriet, I hope I'm saying the names correct, from the Uganda Management Institute, Kampala. Professor Barak Manjale Ngusa, Campus Director, Bugema University, Uganda. Then Dr. Eugenia Nkechi Irenchuku. I said that one correct, I think. The Deputy Vice Chancellor for Quality Management and Institutional Compliance at Mount Kigali University. And then Dr. David Onen, of course, who is going to be the moderator. But before that panel, we're going to have the keynote speech by our very own Professor Pamela Abbott. Round of applause, yep. That's good. We were together last time, we're still together. I was going to read the bio, but for a second, read the bio yourselves so that I don't miss a word. Respectfully, read the bio for a second as you take your seats, and then I'll invite her to come and provide her keynote speech. So eyes on the screen. Yes, as you read the bio, we have a QR code that you can use to download the program, where you'll find quite key information about the presenters, the themes, the papers, and all that. Another announcement, we have a nurse, and if you feel for any reason that you need the services, primary health care, any services associated to your health, please, we have a nurse in the room, and we have a clinic around here. Well, we also have a nursing room for any one of you who may have a baby, but just in case, you never know. So that's it. Is it clear out there? Because I see I see some of you trying to scratch your eyes. So I may go through her bio just for a second, Professor Pamela, if you don't mind. Professor Pamela is the professor in the School of Education at the University of Aberdeen and director of the Center for Global Development. She's a member of the Center for Civil Society, the Rule of Law, and the New Europe Center. Her main research interests are gender, well-being, quality of life, and social quality, and socio-economic and political transformation. She has researched widely in the UK, the European Union, the former Soviet Union, East Africa, the Middle East, and North Africa. She's the author, with Claire Wallace and Melissa Taylor, of the best-selling text, An Introduction to Sociology, Feminist Perspectives, 3rd edition. Grab yourself a copy if you want. The rest are her great works. Missing some, hoping that you're reading some. She recently completed a project entitled the Fostering a Social Practice Approach to Adult Literacies for Improving People's Quality of Life in Western Uganda. This is a project that was funded under the Scottish government's Scotland-Rwanda program. The amount, you see that, takes great effort. Thank you, Professor. She's currently directing the NIHR Global Health Research Group on promoting children's and adolescents' mental well-being in sub-Saharan Africa. That amount also takes great effort. Thank you for your generosity. Professor Pamela, we want to invite you to provide your keynote speech. Anywhere you feel comfortable.
Is that okay if I do it from down here? Yeah. Yeah, they've got the slides. Right, and while we're waiting for the slides, I'll explain what I'm going to do. 20 minutes isn't long to try and get through what I felt was important to get through. So if I race a bit, the slides are available. I'm quite happy to give them to send them to anyone. If you want them, ask me for my card and you can email me and I'll send them back. Or Wences has a copy as well. What I'm going to talk about is partly autobiographical. I've lived through at least 3 transformations in higher education. In the UK, I lived through the transformation from an elite higher education system to a mass higher education system. I've seen the transformation of the education system from something that was very parochial quite often within countries to a global higher education system. And I've seen the transformation, and I genuinely mean that, of the higher education system in Rwanda. It's also based on the literature. I haven't just made it up or thought about things. So there's quite a lot of literature. And while I'm speaking, remember, I'm white. I am female, so I suppose I'm oppressed by patriarchy, but I'm white, and I come from the global north, and higher education and education generally and much else in the global south is shaped not just by colonialism, but by neocolonialism. And so I talk from a particular position, and I talk from a position which is privileged and comes from a powerful part of the world. I trust that I can transcend that. I hope I can. In the presentation, I'm going to try and do 3 things. The first is to say, well, where are we in terms of higher education? The second is to try and say, well, where do we want to go? Focusing particularly on what African universities or higher education sector itself has said, and then what sorts of strategies have been suggested that might enable higher education in sub-Saharan Africa to make those transformations, and then look specifically at how Rwanda has made the transformation it has in the last 25 years in its higher education sector. So that's what I'm going to try and do. How well I'll do it, I don't know. Next. We have the next slide. Right. Is that the next slide? Right. Okay. So one of the big transformations, or one of the big changes, has been in the global perspective on higher education. If you look back to the Millennium Development Goals, they only spoke about primary education, and I think there was one about secondary education. But the focus was on primary education. I was here working in Rwanda when the development partners didn't just encourage, their actions made the Rwandan government change its policy, which had been to invest heavily in higher education because of the dearth of higher education in Rwanda, and focus more on the primary and secondary, but mostly at that point the primary sector and universal primary education, on the basis that the World Bank's argument was that it was primary education, the proportion of the population that completed primary school, was the main driver of economic growth and development. That's changed. The World Bank no longer pushed that. So that in the Sustainable Development Goals, we see that there are a number of the education goals relate to the importance for economic growth and development of a vibrant and strong higher education sector. They also, of course, emphasize other things. Affordable education. Not everyone can afford to pay fees to go to higher education, but higher education globally has increasingly moved to a fee-paying sector. So how do we, so the Sustainable Development Goals remind us that we need to grow and support all our talent. We're looking for the most talented. The same exists around gender. If you don't promote women, then you lose half your talent. You lose half of the talented individuals in the population. That, of course, does have a backward thing of increasing inequality at primary and secondary level as well, so that the entry to higher education, there's been the promotion. And then the importance of higher education developing relevant skills. And this is really important because certainly in my country, and I think in other countries, the emphasis has increasingly been about employment, right? Producing people that are going to grow our economic growth, doing research that's going to increase our economic growth. In fact, the current Labour government in the UK has said research money is going into what will improve the UK's global competitiveness, right? So, but higher education is about more than that. It's about producing citizens. It's about producing people who can contribute to the community, who can contribute to politics, who can contribute to public. So higher education is about more, and it's about lifelong learning. The world changes very rapidly compared with historically, and people have to be adaptive and to be able to carry on learning. Next, to funding, and what funding is balanced between local needs and participating in what are perceived as global needs. Another challenge is demographic growth. That's particularly a challenge for sub-Saharan Africa, with institutions already overcrowded and shortages of staff, etc., because the number of young people wanting to go to university will increase exponentially over the next 20 years. So there's going to be increased demand for higher education and making that higher education relevant. Another challenge is educational quality. When a graduate gets a degree, they want that degree to be of a quality that they can use, that will be recognized, not just by employers including international employers and globally. And so there is that drive to ensure quality balanced by meeting local needs. There's the challenge of digital literacy, particularly again in sub-Saharan Africa, where many university students have not had the same degree of exposure to IT, internet, etc., before they come to university. There's challenges of academic freedom. In the United States, for example, the current administration has been trying to stifle academic freedom of speech. And Harvard was, the last time I looked, resisting. But that means that, and that's just one university, that they will lose millions in federal funding if they don't concede to what's being asked. We have the same in the UK, not to the same extent, but we have issues. And then we have this issue of language, this pressure that English, and I'm sure it's not because of where I come from, it's more to do with the United States, but English has become the language of higher education, and there's different abilities in English, and that is a challenge for higher education globally. Next. So, how can we look more detail at the challenges? Now, of course, in some of what I'm looking at here, I'm assuming that, and I think that's a correct assumption, that sub-Saharan Africa wants to become part of the global education system, at least in some ways, while being aware of meeting its local needs. So where is sub-Saharan African education compared with the global situation? Next. Right, so higher education since 1990 has grown exponentially everywhere except the United States, although it has grown compared with the 19th thing. I'll go nearer and point so you can see. So the top one is the United States. The United States really already had a mass higher education system by the 1990s. So, but you can see since then, the UK, and the UK is pretty representative of other high-income countries, has caught up with the United States and has roughly 70% of young people going on to higher education when they leave school. The other huge growth is in China. China is an upper middle income country. China doesn't have a colonial history. It was not colonialized, or at least not in recent times. But China has done that by investing very, very heavily in higher education. Not only has China invested in expanding higher education, it's also invested in getting its top universities to increasingly improve their standard and to move into the top universities in the world, globally competitive universities. You can also see that there's been a growth rate in India. India is a lower middle income country. It was a British colony. On independence, Gandhi, the British evidently asked Gandhi what he would like, and he asked for funding for colleges of higher education, for technical colleges, universities. I've forgotten how many, but that was obviously in 1947. But India has grown. South Africa has grown. South Africa is different, I think, to other sub-Saharan African countries. It clearly has a colonial history, but pre the 1950s, it had its education system. It already had a relatively strong higher education system. We can then see sub-Saharan Africa, which follows very much the trajectory at a lower level of South Africa. And then at the bottom, sorry, that was South Africa. Then we have at the bottom sub-Saharan Africa, which includes, remember, it's very diverse. Saharan Africa has upper middle income countries like South Africa. It has lower middle income countries like Kenya, and it has low income countries like Rwanda. So it's a diverse sector. Its growth it's had growth, but it's been much lower. And then you can see right at the bottom is Rwanda, which has grown its higher education sector from about 0.5 in 1990 and in 2000 for that matter, to just under 10%, and is at the sub-Saharan Africa average. And that's quite a massive growth, although compared with other countries it's much lower. Next. We have the next. Right. Every year in the UK, in July I think it is, there's great excitement. I think it's global, or at least it is pretty much in high-income countries, and I know in China and other countries. The higher education, the Times Higher Education publishes its league of universities, going from the highest ranked university in the world, which last year was the University of Oxford in the UK, was number 1, and I think Harvard was number 2, but anyway. And it goes down to, I've forgotten the bottom figure, but it doesn't list every university. If we look at sub-Saharan Africa, in the top 800 universities in the world, the only country that is represented is South Africa. South Africa also has one in the top 200, which is what China and the countries that are striving to become globally recognized want to do. They want to get in to the top 200 universities. When we get further down, we see a few more countries joining South Africa. We have Ghana and Nigeria, with universities between 800 and 1,200, but no more. Next. When we get down to the top 2,000 in the world, we get more representation of sub-Saharan Africa, but it's still very, very sparse. And Nigeria, South Africa, again, appear very heavily. Now, of course, countries are different sizes, so I think Botswana has very few universities, for example. But you can see that the University of Rwanda has now got to the point where it is in that league table of elite universities. And that is an achievement, believe me. It is, if you think how many universities there are globally. Right, next. Right, the Times has also worked with the African universities to come up with a league table for African universities. Now, it's voluntary to participate. I think 178 universities participated in 2004, and that excluded the University of Cape Town, which up to then had been in the top university. So this probably underrepresents the strength of South Africa in this type of league table. Again, I can't go through it in detail, but you can see that Rwanda has 2 universities in the top 10, which is the University of Global Health Equity is in the top 5, and the University of Rwanda comes in the top 10. Again, you can see the dominance of the same countries, but there are other countries included in that league table. And as I say, you're welcome to have copies of the slides so you can look at it in detail. Next. So what are the challenges? I'm sure you're all aware of the challenges. You live them on a daily life. Decades of underfunding and challenges of current funding. Low salaries, poor salaries, uncompetitive salaries. A colleague was saying yesterday, but they all go off and work in the ministries because they can earn more. We lose talent from the universities to the ministries. So the loss of talent is not just a loss to the global north. People go off to do their PhD and never come back, or get jobs there after coming back. It's also within the country. Development partners pay higher salaries. Poor quality in teaching. I'm not blaming that on the academics, but there's poor resources. There's outdated curricula, and that raises questions about the credibility of qualifications. I remember in 2008, some academics saying to me when I was telling them their curriculum was out of date, but it wasn't a subject I knew anything about. I could tell from the references on the reading list. They said, oh, but we haven't got any textbooks. Academics are supposed to be at the forefront of their discipline. They're supposed to be reading the journal articles on the latest research. But again, it's those resources are not available. So people were telling me then they come back from doing their masters and PhDs, and they're at the forefront then, so they teach that. But of course, that quickly becomes outdated. There's an inability to meet the demand for higher education. And because of outdated curricula, because of a mismatch between what subjects the universities teach and what jobs there are on the labour market, even those that go to university are often poorly equipped for their future life. Teaching is probably an exception, but the salaries are pretty poor for teachers, someone who's got a degree, earning what has improved, I think, since I looked at the salaries, but is certainly not a very high salary. There's huge inequalities in access to education, higher education, not just because fees and the costs of higher education, but that's a pipeline thing as well, that children are more likely to move their way through school and complete secondary education if they come from better families. I was explaining yesterday, and this isn't a criticism, to some Rwandan colleagues what age children were in primary school, because they'd all been to private schools and they'd just moved through school. And when I was explaining to them that 47% of children in primary classes in Rwanda are over age for their class, and that you have children still in primary school at 16, and that by 12 and 13, most Rwandan children, even those still in school, haven't passed the primary school leaving examination yet. They hadn't even realized that, but that's a major factor. The talent is lost from primary one, not just at the point of entry to higher education. Low levels of digital literacy, I've already talked about that. Not surprisingly, there's a shortage of trainers for digital literacy, high demand for anyone who's got digital literacy, jobs that pay more probably in the private sector. Poor equipment for teaching and meeting technological challenges. I remember when I was at KIST, there was a Kigali Institute of Science and Technology. There was a review of the teaching there. And when KIST was opened in the late 1990s, the Germans equipped the labs with the necessary equipment for teaching science, technology and engineering to undergraduate level. This was 10 years later, and the review team was saying, equipment's not up to teaching undergraduates to honours level. And we had academics who should have been doing research, right? If the equipment wasn't up for teaching undergraduates, think of the problems of any academic in those disciplines wanting to do research. Lack of relevance to local needs, right? The curriculum, even when you've got it and it's up to date, has often been written from the global north, or the books that are available are based on the global, on the experiences in the global north. And there's the language barriers. Across sub-Saharan Africa, many countries are Francophone, others are Portuguese in their main language. Others use English in education, but variably. So it's a challenge for academics and students. Next. So if we want to, if Sub-Saharan Africa is to develop its higher education system, then it needs to know, or people need to understand where they want to go. We know where we're at. If we want to get to somewhere, we need to know where we want to go. And it may be aspirational, but it gives a challenge that you can look at. When I was at KIE, the Kigali Institute of Education, now the College of Education, I did a brainstorming on developing a strategic development plan. And I asked the academic staff what they wanted to be like, if they could tell me what their aspiration was. And they said, yes, like the Institute of Education in London, right? So that's a top global institute of higher education. It's part of another university now. So they had an image of where they wanted to get to. The question is, how do you get there? So what is the aspiration? Right, I'm told my time's nearly up, so next slide. Right, it's not very different to what everyone wants. Stable resources, access and fairness, student engagement, ethical leadership. That is something that was different from the league tables that the Times usually does. They highlight that. This need for training leaders, building capacity for leadership. and the importance of the African impact. Why do we have neglected tropical diseases? Why did it take, I don't know how many years, but a very long time to even begin to really develop a vaccine for malaria, when with COVID-19, a vaccine was developed within about 6 to 9 months, right? African voices, are not arguing, or they may be, but then they're not at the table able to put forward and influence those developments. Next. So what are the pathways forward? Next. Right, so we have to decolonize higher education. The ways in which the power of the global north still shapes global higher education in the global south has to be challenged globally, not just from South Africa, but globally. We have to try and decolonize higher education. There has to be a promotion of talent, improving quality and relevance, promoting research and innovation. The way in which not neglected tropical diseases, etc., are going to be researched and the vaccines and treatments and care plans improved is through research that's driven by African academics, with African countries, African academics, African other decision makers prioritizing what's important for them, and institutional government. So these come out of the goals that were that the university sector itself in sub-Saharan Africa felt were important. Final slide. Now have the last slide. Right. I'm going to just come to the Rwandan case study, right? So the previous 2 slides talk about various strategies that can be used to enhance or to develop higher education in sub-Saharan Africa that have been advocated by African countries, among others. So can we have the next slide? Right, so we've seen the huge growth in higher education in Rwanda. When I came to Rwanda in 2003, it was a poorly funded, very fragmented higher education system. There was no postgraduate education at all, no master's degrees, no PhDs. The cabinet would not permit the validation of them. So the law said it was possible, but they weren't permitted. The qualifications lacked credibility quite often, and there was a lack of diversity in the student body and faculty. So it was a very elitist, as the UK system was until the 1970s, 1980s, higher education system. What have we got now? Well, we've got the University of Rwanda in the top 2,000 universities in the world, and 2 universities, UR and the University of Rwanda, in the top 10 in sub-Saharan Africa, and this fantastic growth rate. So what has Rwanda done? These are just some of the strategies. The Higher Education Council, which has driven up standards. There's still a long way, I think, to go. A funding unit. It was originally the Higher Education Funding Unit or something, but anyway, it's part of HEC now, which led the development of student fees and students paying for higher education, but also the bursaries and loans system to ensure that students who couldn't afford higher education would nevertheless to get access. It developed partnerships of PhDs, the partnership between Sweden and the University of Rwanda, or NUR, and now the University of Rwanda, for developing PhDs. And not just students going to Sweden to do a PhD, but developing the capacity for UR to deliver PhDs. Public-private partnerships. The University of Global Health Equity is a public-private partnership between the government of Rwanda, who provided the land, and a number of international foundations coordinated by Partners in Health, a global NGO. Rwanda has joined and led African Centres of Excellence. If talent is scarce, one way of building and developing is to pool talent. Rwanda has the University of Rwanda, I know sometimes staff resent it, the Single Project Implementation Unit, which ensures that some of the funding from consultancy and research goes into the university that's for funding the infrastructure that enables the staff to do that consultancy and research. And we have the same in the UK. It's attracted overseas campuses, mostly regional, Kenya, are the ones I can remember best, but India, and certainly the Carnegie Mellon International Campus. Private sector investment, there's been a growth in the private sector, although I think the quality of the private sector still remains weak. Rwanda is globally known for its promotion of gender equality and inclusive higher education, although the proportion of girls studying STEM at UR, at least the last time I looked, had not changed from 30% that it had been in the 2000s. It developed at KAI, the now College of Education, a training program for higher education lecturers. We train primary and secondary school teachers. What about higher education, academics for teaching? It's developed virtual learning. There's the high-speed cable, optic net cable, which circulated to the public sector things. There was the merger of the higher education 6, 5, 6, 7, depending on what you count as being public sector before the merger, into the UR, which again is a pooling of talent, but also an efficiency in resources. It has partnerships with international universities, and the English as a medium of education has been important for the sector. So that's just some of the strategies that UR has used to begin to transform its higher education sector. I could say a lot more, but I'm well over time, so thank you for listening anyway.
A round of applause, that was heavy, huh? There are two choices that we can make. We move against time, or we move with time, or we go in between. So you realize that even when we say 20 minutes, some content, I mean, we could have even for 1 hour if we have extra days. We really know that 20 minutes sometimes may not be time to really unpackage the panel. So without taking more time, I wanted to invite Dr. David Onen, who is going to take us through the next panel. You may take your seat as I invite the rest of the colleagues. We have Professor Yes, I think you heard what he told me. Huh? Yes, it was a good reminder that some of you might have written some questions for Professor Pamela, and we think you can bring out the questions together with the questions that you'll have set up for the panel, for the panelists. So, sir, thank you so much. We have Dr. Edward Kadozi, the Director General, Higher Education Council, Rwanda. Please be invited to your seat. Professor Juliet Perumel, University of the Witwatersrand, South Africa. Wits. Oh, yeah. When you get excited, that's what happens. Some of the panelists are going to be online. Then we have Dr. Samuel Yao Ampofo, also online. Yes. Dr. Iroth Onen Harriet, with us in the audience. Thank you so much. Then Professor Barak Manjali Ngusa, most welcome. That's the campus director, Bugema University, Uganda. We have Dr. Eugenia Nkechi Irenchuku. Perfect, thank you so much. I'm looking at those who are clapping for the guests coming and others who are forgetting. Please, thank you. Yeah, it takes great effort to fly in and take this responsibility. We don't take it for granted. I think these are the panelists that we have. Now, you may take note that I didn't read their bios. There is a QR code which you can scan and you get it firsthand instead of me possibly reading it possibly in a bad tone. So please take your time later, scan the abstract book, read, there is much information there. Over to you, Dr. Nen. You have 1 hour, if you're able to.
Our chief guest this morning, the leadership of the University of Rwanda, present here, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I want to say that I'm truly privileged to moderate this panel discussion this morning on a very important and timely theme, rethinking higher education in Africa, challenges and pathways for sustainable development. Colleagues, you may all now know that for so long, African higher education institutions have been grappling with several structural and systemic challenges. And particularly starting the period, the late 1980s and probably the whole of the 90s, when many of you were probably in higher institutions of learning in your respective countries. That period, the late 1980s to 90s, showed us that higher education institutions in Africa were facing very serious challenges, a serious decline. And we saw the infrastructure of many of the institutions breaking down. We saw the number of students growing much faster than the capacity of the institutions to handle the number of students. We also saw brain drain that Professor Pamela has just been talking about taking place in our institutions. But the past 2 decades, I can say, maybe 15 years ago, we started witnessing some renewed interest, some renewed attention on higher education by our governments, by our policymakers, and you, the scholars. We started paying much more attention to the issue of higher education. Despite that, the challenges that continue to face higher education institutions in Africa continue to persist or continue to even increase. Professor Pamela has just put for us on the slide a list of challenges that higher education institutions in Africa face. But fortunately, this morning or this afternoon, early afternoon, we are privileged to have a team of experts drawn from across the continent. These panelists before you and those online are thought leaders on higher education, researchers, and policymakers that have been carefully selected to talk to us this morning about the challenges facing higher education in Africa and the pathways. This will be therefore a continuation of the presentation by Professor Pamela. But I want to say this, that this discussion of the panel is not just a conversation. It is a call to reimagine how higher education in Africa should become the cornerstone for sustainable development. Our goal in the panel is to unpack these challenges as best as we can, while identifying actionable solutions that can promote inclusivity, innovation, resilience, and excellence in African higher education. Now, to structure our discussion, I'll first invite the panelists, whose profiles are there in the book of abstract and in the program. I'll first invite each one of them to respond to some 2 questions each. And colleagues, I want to say that I will give you only 3 minutes to answer each part of the 2 questions. You know, I'm a teacher, so I'm good at giving questions, but not at answering them. I know that you are prepared to answer these questions as eloquently as possible. So the questions are 2 parts, but I'm urging you to use 3 minutes to answer part 1 and another 3 minutes to answer part 2. Let me start with Dr. Edward Kadozi. Doctor, let me start with you. Basing on the work that you do here in Rwanda, I'm sure you will handle this question very well for us. What do you consider to be the main challenges that hinder the fulfillment of the mandate of higher education institutions in Africa? What do you consider to be the main challenges that hinder the fulfillment of the mandate of higher education institutions in Africa? And how could these challenges be mitigated? Unfortunately, that is just part 1. Part 2, based on the experience of Rwanda, what policies or initiatives are currently supporting globalization and enhancing quality in higher education in this country? Please, feel free, answer part 1 first, and then you will talk to us about part 2. Welcome, sir.
Yes, thank you so much. And hello. Yes, thank you for the questions, and wish to start by thanking the University of Rwanda, the College of Education, for considering Higher Education Council and invite them as to participate in this very important conference. Yeah, so mostly when you see regulator, you think of the other things, policies and everything, but I always feel part of you, and not because I have to work with you to clear some things we are talking about here, but as an academician, as a scholar like you. So that's, for me, I always appreciate this. And reflecting on this this theme of this conference, I think also with what Professor Pamela has presented, first, I think she has covered most of my part, and I will not dwell much on that. But I wish to challenge all of us to think about the way forward. How do we address this? Because what I'm going to talk, you know them. We have gone through all this. So I think perhaps we could dwell much on reflecting how do we go forward. Because we have been getting these challenges. You go through them every day. But we as Africans, we needed to think about how do we go forward. Second is something I've been battling with. As I told you, I'm an academician, a scholar, but also policy expert, and now regulator, policy maker. So I always struggle with this when I'm dealing with academicians or academic institutions. How do we connect with the industry, with the policy? And that's one of the main challenges, by the way. Now, we are discussing all these good ideas and very important ideas, but how do we get these ideas, reflections to the policy? Is the most important thing, by the way. Because we are trained in academic space that you have to go have this critical thinking, you have to write this scientific paper, and then at the end you do this conclusion and you have the recommendations, but who consumes these recommendations? We wanted to change most of these things. Professor Pamela mentioned, and we are going to mention, but how do they get to the policy? Because the policy changes everything. But the question of how, perhaps at the end of this conference, we will be able to have some proceedings that can move even to the industry and also to the policymakers. That's one, the note I wanted to highlight. So on the challenges, I think most of them, Professor Pamela has covered my part. But allow me to highlight some of few things. One, I told you, I'm coming from these sides, both of these sides, policy and academics. But this is one of the things I have observed as I work with academics, but also the policy. Across Africa, because I interact with most of these people. One is inconsistent policies and strategies when it comes to higher education and also education policies. So, in one time, you have these policies, but how to align with these policies in delivering our teaching, learning, and research is also a challenge. And how do we look in the longer term? So, if we look at the countries from the north or these emerging economies, they are able to look far and design our education, their education strategies and policies consistently, and they implement all these policies consistently in consideration of changes in politics, in policies, but policies are consistent of what they want to achieve in the longer term. Thanks to the government of Rwanda, now we are talking of Vision 2050, but how do we work on that to remain consistent? Even our funding, our interventions align to that. It remains one of the challenges also. So we have also issues of unharmonized curriculum, whether at country level, at regional level. So this also, because now we should be educating for one country, we should be educating for the region globally, as we think about global talent mobility. But this unharmonized curriculum, unharmonized quality assurance, limits opportunities for talents to move. And this is also a challenge we see across Africa, even the rest of the region. So these issues, perhaps we could reflect on them. We have regulatory bodies across all these African countries. But how do these regulatory bodies really interact, work together to harmonize the curriculum, to harmonize quality assurance, to define the learning outcomes that are matching with what the industry and all this need? It is a question. I think I come from another space of economics, regional integrations I have been working on, but I have been asking my colleagues, okay, as we talk about regional integration, SFTA, and harmonization of different aspects across the continent, how are we harmonizing our curriculum? How are we harmonizing the quality assurance, recognition of academic documents? This one is something that's very critical. It touches on academics, but also touches on the policy. So that's one of the challenges, perhaps. But also, thanks to Professor Pamela, talked about decolonization of education, African education. I think when I was in Europe, we used to cover these things, and I could think, but how, when shall we as Africans wake up and start thinking about decolonizing our curriculum, research, teaching? So I think it is the right time we start thinking about this as something that we need to think about our curriculum in line with our local needs, in line with our traditional potentials we have within our societies that help students being prepared to address some of these challenges. So technologies is also another important issue. Yes, being developing countries we're struggling with, but technology is developing fast, and we are unable to catch up with the technologies. Now, thanks, the Vice Chancellor talked about next week to be having AI conference. If I am to give an example, how are we prepared to deal with the effects of AI? That doesn't mean that I'm pessimistic about AI, but how are we prepared to deal with AI in our delivery of teaching and learning and research in higher education? So that's also a challenge that we need to be dealing with. I couldn't stop on challenges without talking brain drain, because this is one of my research area I work on. This is a very critical issue. By the way, when we talk of brain drain, we tend to think about talents moving out of Africa, huge numbers of them, but intersectoral brain drain. Mostly people leaving academia going to other sectors. And because of the uncompetitive benefits or salaries, but also issues related to unclear career path within higher education. So last week I was meeting some of the experts, most of them coming from higher education, emphasizing that their universities don't have career path for the staff. So that's a reality, and perhaps we need to think. When you ask universities, when they submit their programs, academic programs, we tend to ask them a strategy. But within a strategy, a strategic plan, you wait to see, you check to see whether there is an element of staff development. They don't mention this. And those who mention it, they are seeking just to get a path for regulator. But this is, and they don't implement. Last, finance is a critical issue of higher education, because I think the last presenter have mentioned that, so large attention of policymakers in developing countries, including Africa, focus on lower education. Yes, that is important. But that also affects the higher education. So we need to have more financing in higher education. So what we are doing in Rwanda, mostly on internationalization, I think we are working on a number of areas. One is to make, I think here you have heard of this, one of the big policy stance of the country is to make Rwanda education hub. And in doing that, there are a lot of strategies, interventions that are involved with this. We needed to simplify how people come to study and work in Rwanda. And how the systems, mostly the quality and the quantity, to increase that. And in what we are working at higher education, the Ministry of Education, is to make that happen, simplify the process, but also make higher education very attractive in Rwanda. For scholars, for students, for different people across the continent. Issues related to visa, issues related to the welfare of students. So, like recently, I think you have academic people coming from different universities. You saw a communique from higher education that please establish effective, active departments at higher education, at your institution, that facilitates international students. That's one of them. Another one, I think Pamela touched on it, is to make sure that quality is improved without a stick. And that's we are working on performance measurement and ranking of universities. So that this increases accountability performance, but also informs and empowers the community, the public, and also the students from different parts, how universities are doing and which university they should go. And that one will induce quality over time. So we are working on that one as well. Possibly soon we will be inviting you. Another one, we need to be assessed, to assess our universities, but not only regulator, but students, the people you serve, mostly international students and the local students. So we are working on the system to set up international barometer, a student barometer, so that they will be able to assess how your university is delivering and their university is delivering. So digitalization is key in delivery of teaching, and also quality assurance. We are improving the quality assurance of higher education. And we are working on digitalization through what we call higher education management information system. So we will be coming to different universities, train them, empower them, but also enable how we deliver quality assurance, because this is one of the complaints for even staff within higher education and students. Maybe I could stop from here. Thank you so much.
Thank you very, very much. An applause for Dr. Edward. Thank you very much. The points were flowing. Very good and strong points, but time may not be on our side. We have a panelist online. Professor Juliet Perumal is online. Can we say hello? Hello? Can you help when we get the voice? Is there Professor Juliet there? You are there. Eh? Nice hearing your voice.
Are you able to hear me?
Yes, now you are clear, loud and clear.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Now, Professor,
Yes, sir.
you're welcome. You're welcome to the panel discussion. Let us turn to the issue of financial lifelines of our higher education institutions. As an expert in higher education, what innovative funding models could African universities adopt to reduce our dependence on public financing or student tuition fees as the sole source of funding to these institutions? And if you answer that in about 3 minutes, I also want you to talk about how universities across Africa can strengthen their internal governance and quality assurance mechanisms to ensure transparency and institutional excellence in their institutions. Professor, have you heard me? Welcome. Please take about 6 minutes in answering these questions. Thank you.
joint programming, training programs that each of us will have to go on our own individual and we could come together. So that I'd like to present in terms of the first question that you posed. With regard to internal governance and strengthening quality assurance, it comes back once again to need to rebuild and to reclaim trust, transparency and accountability in terms of internal governance. So it means at university level, we should be there should be stakeholder inclusivity and stakeholder and accountability and transparency to all the stakeholders. Very important, I think, to think about leadership succession. We notice here, especially in South Africa and perhaps across other African countries, there's a huge attrition at the professoriate level. It's difficult to attract academics to the profession. We would then need to think about what are the factors that are becoming preventative and barriers, and how then do we think about future leaders and transparent appointments and the stability of the academe. And then, of course, once again, coming back to decentralization and autonomy, that decision making has to be a shared enterprise so that people feel like they belong and that they could be part of the governance, through contributing, ownership, and owning their place and belonging. That could possibly be in ways that could strengthen internal governance. But all of our initiatives, I think, is important to be nested in a data-driven governance, and that decisions that are made are not based on nepotism or emotion, but that it is based on data that is reliable and replicable. With regard to quality assurance mechanism, I think most universities, and certainly we have the African standards and guidelines for QA. It would be good to be able to work in relation to these frameworks, and to and for institutions to actually coordinate activities around quality assurance that include the quality assurance units that coordinate curriculum reviews, self-assessment, monitoring. This should be an ongoing process. We should not feel like we've arrived at a place where we pretty much have got it down to a T, but to think about the university as a learning entity. So we're going to be always learning, always reviewing, always revising, and always being critically reflective of what we do. And this doesn't have to happen just at the macro level of the university, but within even micro units, divisions, departments, faculty level.
Professor, you have done
And then,
well.
of course,
You can just
thank
wind
you,
it
sir.
there. You have done well.
Yeah. Thank you very much, sir. So basically, it's asking us to work together, to not have to walk this journey alone, and to learn from each other. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Professor Perumal. Thank you. Yes, an applause for her. Thank you. That's a good job. I think before we go back to other panelists online, let me go back to the house. Dr. Harriet, Professor Pamela talked about the relevance of our academic offerings in our higher education institutions, and other stakeholders, including Dr. Edward, also mentioned it. And as a staff in a higher education institution in your own country, how aligned are current university curricula with Africa's development priorities and evolving labor market needs? How aligned are current university curricula with Africa's development priorities and evolving labor market needs? And what role should regional collaboration play in standardizing quality assurance systems across higher education institutions on the continent? Please use 6 minutes to talk about this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, the moderator and colleagues and friends in the house. really what I should talk about in terms of alignment of the university curricula with Africa's development priorities and labor market needs, I should say it's really a mixed bag, Whereas there are progress in aligning curricula by different institutions of higher learning, reportedly, there are still significant gaps. And I wouldn't want to dwell so much on the gaps that probably we are all aware of, or we could have heard about. I would want so much to go into the alignment. How do we realign? I mean, what is the way forward? Okay? In the first place, the role higher education plays in national transformation is not disputable. Two, the glaring mismatch between what universities teach and what the labor market demands is also almost not debatable as far as Africa is concerned. Professor Pamela made it very well in her keynote address that the curricula in general is outdated as far as sub-Saharan Africa is concerned. The rising number of graduate unemployment is a sign that what we teach students is exactly not what employers demand. So that is also a situation that is already with us. Now, how do we realign our curricula is my interest. I want to talk from evidence perspective. I teach at the Uganda Management Institute, which is a management development institute that is aimed at producing managers and administrators who are hands-on, who are not theoretical. And how has that come about? One, and that is my biggest emphasis right now in this conference, and actually my passion, is about involving and strategically engaging non-academic stakeholders in designing our curriculum, in developing our curriculum, in evaluating, and also in implementation. On this note, I want to thank the conference organizers. This is my second time. I was here last year. Such fora that comprise academia, education practitioners, policy makers, community leaders, is one such avenue that we can confront the issues of our outdated curricula. Through sharing knowledge of what happens in different universities, I'm glad my friend there has outlined what Rwanda is doing to ensure that curricula is aligned to what the labor market needs. So one of the key strategies to realign our curricula, from my experience as a teacher, is to involve non-academia, to involve education practitioners. I'm glad the CTA Education Ministry in Rwanda is around. We are acting actually in silos in higher education. We are assuming a lot that what we impart is actually what is needed out, but we are actually missing the point. People in education know it. Employers know that. So, how do we engage non-academia? In UMI, the institute where I teach, we have programs that bring together non-academic stakeholders. For example, 2 years ago, when we wanted to introduce a course in media and journalism management, we had to call media practitioners through a public dialogue, through a policy dialogue, to engage them, to hear from them, to learn from them what it entails to produce managers of media and journalism and communication in Uganda. So such fora of public policy dialogues are very critical. And that, I think, is one way to go, so that we can confront the issues together with the common goal of creating not just graduates who are going to work and do not find work, but creating those who are actually going to solve practical problems in the real world. So that is one of the strategies, I think, from what we do at my institute or at the institute where I teach could help perhaps realign our curriculum to what the evolving market requires, to what the competitive and dynamic world requires. So that is, I think, a practice that we could probably scale across continents. But also, there is a interdisciplinary approach to managing some of these challenges we face with curricular implementation. So far, in many of these universities and higher education institutions, we actually also act independently. Different disciplines have their own programs, and at the end of it, we do not actually confront common problems or real life problems because we are acting independently. But I would suggest an interdisciplinary approach or mechanisms that we can employ so that we have common problems of climate change, public health issues, social inequality confronted as a group and not in silos. So that is what we also do at Uganda Management Institute. There's actually a program on sustainable development that cuts across, okay, are embedded in all the programs. Skills, entrepreneurial skills, innovation skills, creativity are programs that should not be electives. They should actually be programs that cut across in many of these courses, and so that our students are not just, you know, not students produced to go out in the world without any knowledge of what happens. They should be actually, you know, trained right from our institutions that these issues are real, and therefore we need a joint approach and interdisciplinary approach. So that is also what we do at Uganda Management Institute. And then there's also a need for workplace, what do you call it, workplace basements and internships that universities could adopt so that we prepare the graduates, we prepare ready graduates to go and confront real challenges. When we take these graduates right from the university after graduation, out there, there's a gap, there's a skills gap. There's a mismatch, like I said earlier. But then trying to put them as interns or trying to employ them before they actually graduate so that there's that transfer of experiential learning and also innovation skills and practical skills they can get from industries before they go out into the labor market. So, and that is also another program that UMI has focused on, workplace basements and project works that students are involved in so that they acquire the skills before they even graduate. Actually, there are certain institutions that demand students to have that certificate of having been employed in industries and other productive sectors before they graduate. So I think that could also be a best practice that could be scaled across. And then finally, how do we also realign our curriculum? At the Uganda Management Institute, there is what we call trace studies that is done by the institution, tracking the employability of our graduates through surveys, through interviewing employers about the competencies and skills these graduates have. And that information acts as a feedback to inform curriculum review or curriculum evaluation. That is still a strategy that is under a close engagement with our non-academic stakeholders. So UMI does tracer studies periodically to find out the skills gap, to find out the employability of our graduates, so that information that is gathered from employers act as a basis for reviewing the curriculum to align with what the market, the job market needs. And that is really an evidence-based approach or mechanism that I think could help us try to bring back our curriculum to the evolving needs of different societies in Africa. Thank you so much for that first part, and I hope I've not transcended. And maybe then let me wrap up on the
just some little minutes.
Yes, let me wrap up on the issue of harmonizing our quality assurance systems and mechanisms. One thing is that harmonizing quality assurance system is not just desirable; it's really a necessity. Why? Because we have common problems that face our quality of education across regions, across Africa. reports are that because of increasing enrollment, like Professor said, there's increase in enrollment generally in Africa of students in higher education institutions, but also there's pressing concerns about the quality that is going down. So as a region or as a continent, we need to have those common frameworks for quality assurance and accreditation so that we can have a common position on the quality of education, so that we can have comparability, so that we can also have that student mobility across our countries, and that will help us have a harmonized position, okay? And I think most important to me, how should regional harmonization of quality assurance help? It would also help in terms of advocacy and policy influence. As a common voice in Africa, if we can have unified basic frameworks that guide us on quality assurance and accreditation programs, then we can have a stronger voice to influence policy at global level, but also that would help us have partnerships where we can discuss quality issues. Now, what I want to say is that harmonization of quality assurance framework does not necessarily mean uniformity. We only want to raise the bar above what we have now. We only want to find a solution as a common as a region, so that we confront our quality systems together and we learn best practices where we can also benchmark. So quality assurance, regionalizing quality assurance systems and accreditation programs is really desirable for us to move as Africa and for us to move as global South on the policy space in the international higher education. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Dr. Harriet, an applause for her. Yes, thank you. Professor Baraka, you are here. I want to put very simple questions to you. If you were to look ahead with a reformer's lens about the African higher education, what one reform do you believe would have the greatest positive impact on African higher education in the next 5 years, if that reform you are proposing was to be made? Just that one reform. And how can partnership with the private sector, in your view, enhance both graduate employability and institutional innovation, if it is encouraged? First, deal with the first part. What is that one reform you would suggest should be undertaken, and it would make a very big positive impact on the African continent?
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, for this opportunity, and I really want to commend University of Rwanda for bringing all these scholars from various corners of the world. It is not easy. Now, there are so many reforms that can be done to improve our performance in our universities, but as you have asked, let me talk about one reform that has to do with research and publication. As we all know that universities have three main functions. The first one is teaching. The second one is research and publication. And the third one is community service. Now, we know very well that many of our universities in Africa are doing better, not very well, but actually better in teaching compared to research and community services. If you look into the ranking of universities in Africa, you'll come to realize that most of our universities are very lowly ranked, and even our countries. We have about 1,600 universities in Africa. Take an example of Nigeria. Nigeria has 278 universities, which is about 17% of all universities in Africa. But the best university in Nigeria occupies the 14th position in research in Africa and the 810th position globally. You can see how back we are. Talk about the best university in Africa in research and publication. That is University of the Witwatersrand in South Africa, which in the globe occupies the 313th position. That's the best university in Africa. So we can see how backward we are. What now what can be done in reference to your question now? There is a saying in Kiswahili which says, kidole kimoja hakiwezi kuua chawa. What does that mean? One finger cannot kill a lice. This means we need a collaboration among the universities in Africa. Each university cannot do alone. We need to collaborate. In the year 2015, I wrote about collaboration research, and I came up with the 4 ways in which universities can collaborate. The first way is institutional collaboration. Within the institution, experienced researchers need to mentor and grow the junior researchers and make them accomplished researchers. Another way of collaboration is inter-institutional collaboration within the country. University A collaborates with University B within the country. Another way is international collaboration. That's when one researcher from one university collaborates with another researcher from another country. And that one can enhance our research ability and expertise in our countries. And the last one is senior-junior collaboration. If you are so good in research and publication, try to inspire others, mentor them, give them skills that can uplift them and make them also competent in research. So in conclusion, I can say that research and publication cannot be avoided if we want to improve the quality of our higher education in our countries and in at large. The next question that you ask is about how can partnership with the private sectors and international organizations enhance graduate employability. What we are looking at here is employability skills. And when we are talking about employability skills, this requires enhanced teaching methodologies, which in turn require financial resources and facilities. So these organizations need to collaborate with the education institutions by providing funds, sponsoring university professors and lecturers to improve on how to engage in research and teaching, so that the teaching can provide the required skills. As my sisters here said, we need to provide what the community needs, not just teaching for the sake of teaching. We need to know the real demands that the community and the employers demand, and those should be focused in our teaching endeavors. Maybe I can end there for now.
Thank you very much, Professor, for those answers. Yes, thank you for appreciating. Now let me bring in another panelist who is online. I'm not sure whether we can get him. Dr. Samuel, is he online?
Yes, I am.
Oh, doctor, nice hearing your voice. You are loud and clear.
Thank you very much.
It's a pleasure. Now, doctor, I want to bring you to talk about financial sustainability in higher education institutions, which you also know is a double-edged sword for African higher education institutions. I want to ask you, doctor, how can institutions of higher learning on the African continent ensure long-term financial sustainability without compromising affordability for their students or their learners? And then 2, what are the biggest barriers to adopting digital learning across African universities? And how can we meaningfully overcome these challenges or barriers? Have you got me on these 2 questions?
Yes, I have.
Yes, they have many parts. Please try to handle it in just 6 minutes.
All right.
Welcome.
Thank you very much.
Welcome.
I bring you greetings from the University of Cape Coast here in Ghana. And I must say that I'm grateful for the opportunity. And I also appreciate the fact that this conference really focuses on a very important aspect of our education system, which is higher education. To answer your question, let me say this. In our part of the world, we keep churning out graduates from our senior high schools. In my country, for example, the introduction of the free senior high school policy as far back as 2017 has increased the number of graduates from the secondary schools who are supposed to be giving admission in the universities. Within this group of students are those that come from marginalized backgrounds and may not have enough resources to fund themselves. So the issue of funding is key to the success of our education system. And so it has come in handy to help us think critically about what really are the pathways that we can take to address this important issue. Now, let me say that universities will never have sufficient funding. Why? Because on a daily basis, there are various things that universities would have to fund or would have to release funds for. And so from time to time, we would need to enhance our funding sources. But one major funding source that has been of interest, I think that some of the panelists who have spoken already have touched on it. But I want to place emphasis on the concept of research grants and contracts, which is a major source of funding for higher education in recent times. You have all kinds of proposals being floated for writing for grants. And so in most of the new current university funding, research funding comes as a major component. And so what most universities have done is to form research teams. And these research teams nose around for various proposals that can be written to win various grants for the university. So that comes in handy. The sources of the funding may be internal, it may be from international sources. The most important thing is to write a winnable proposal to be able to get these funds released for whatever purposes they are meant for. Again, it is important to stress that there is a need for us to improve on our consultancy and professional services. Very, very important. Universities are supposed to have well-baked academics who are supposed to influence what goes on within the communities in which they find themselves. And so at any point in time, it is important to have various academic expertise being utilized to provide enough funding for the universities. We could also look at the possibility of using these same academics to provide education to especially the professional groups within our various establishments. For instance, we know the banking sector to be a very engaging sector that hardly gives room for its staff to go for further training or to go for any kind of continuing professional service. Is it possible for the universities to tailor-made some of these CPDs and send it directly to these banks so that they can get their staff involved as part of the process of raising revenue for the university? Aside these, let me also emphasize the impact of strategic partnership, especially public-private partnerships, in the provision of enough funding to sustain the university's activities. For example, if you come to Ghana, most of the universities, especially the traditional universities, have a lot of hostels built by various private partners to the universities. These are usually done on the build, operate, transfer system, And when the time is due, it becomes the property of the university. So at any point in time when you are interested in raising funds for various infrastructural projects, it is important to involve these public-private partnership agreements. If you take the issue of data, provision of data, for example, in the University of Cape Coast, for example, the Students' Representative Council has a deal, or they've struck a deal with major telecommunication networks, and they are providing them with a certain quantity of bundles at a very low price, and that is making it possible for them to be able to access the necessary data they need for their academic work. Now, in the midst of all this, it is important to also stress that we would have to optimize the resources that are available. For example, we need to implement digital transformation into the way we run our university administrative systems. We would have to leverage on the impact of technology to be able to reach out and be able to reduce the cost of running university administration in order to save some money for other equally very important engagements of the university. Alumni cannot be left out in this. And our alumni is one major source of funding for especially underprivileged students. So some of the alumni associations, even here in Ghana, have endowment funds that students have the opportunity to draw from in order to finance themselves, especially brilliant but needy students. So in a nutshell on this one, I think that we have a lot of these financing strategies that can be implemented, but those that I've mentioned are key to the survival of the institutions, and we expect that if these are implemented appropriately, it should be possible for universities to run sustainably in terms of finance. That is for the first part of the question.
Yes, try
now,
to...
the second part of your question...
Yeah, make it shorter now.
The second part of your...
Yeah,
the
try to make it shorter.
second part of your question is... Thank you. The second part of your question is on major barriers to the issue of adopting digital learning. I think that, again, some of our panelists have also already touched on this, but to be specific, the issue of barriers to adopting digital learning has mostly been financed, and it has to do with limited internet connectivity and also high data cost. So is it now I'm mixing the challenge with the solution. So it is very difficult to have reliable internet connectivity, especially in our villages or our rural areas. Meanwhile, we have students who are supposed to be engaged in blended learning in various institutions. And if they are supposed to embark on digital learning, then they should have not only reliable but affordable data. And this has been the bane of most of these institutions. I think that the provision of data and reliable access to internet and reduction in cost can be factored into collaborative activities and the form of public-private partnerships we have with the various telcos, that's telecommunication networks. Governments may have to come in somewhere along the line and then probably subsidize, especially for students. We have that facility already here in Ghana where government subsidizes the concept, the acquisition of data for some of our universities. Now, the issue of infrastructure is massive. We have various places where even the concept of computers, having reliable tools for our students, especially servers for the universities, IT centers, and even the e-learning platforms. Power outages are something that we don't want to talk about. I know in some part of Africa, it is so difficult to get reliable power for continuous 12 hours. We are lucky we have a little bit more better situation. But is it possible, for example, for the universities to rely on the provision of alternative power sources like solar energy, build solar power hubs for various students in the various communities who would want to engage in all kinds of digital learning activities? Then again, we could also look at the concept of digital literacy. Very important. You'll be surprised that in this day and age, we have lecturers who have very, very low knowledge in the use of digital tools. The list said about the use of AI and other aspects of the current revolution in the IT sector, the better. Can universities deliberately provide opportunities for lecturers to be given thorough training? I heard one of our panelists indicate that in their case, they are even going to organize something next week. I pray that most of our universities could do this in order to improve the level of digital literacy amongst our faculties.
Doctor, I will suggest that you wind up. Please wind up.
Okay.
We are getting
All
bad
right.
in terms of time.
In a nutshell, we are
Yes.
saying that if these measures are put in place, we believe that there could be a continuous provision of digital learning within our various institutions at a more affordable cost. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Samuel, for that wonderful presentation. We should thank the University of Rwanda and the government of Rwanda for giving data and having power so that Samuel can talk to us. Now, lastly, our panelist to talk to us is Dr. Eugene Ikechi. Ikechi, I like that name most. How can institutional compliance, frameworks, and quality assurance systems be strengthened across African countries? Okay? How can institutional compliance frameworks and quality assurance systems be strengthened across African universities? And two, in the context of digital transformation, what mechanisms should universities in Africa put in place to balance innovation with regulatory compliance and academic integrity?
Thank you very much, Chair. And I want to appreciate all the previous speakers. It's like they have gone through the topics already. I'm going to talk about it, but I'm going to be saying what happens in my university. Right now, as we talk about quality compliance, I tell people, I tell my staff, I tell them, you cannot comply to quality if you don't understand the quality culture. You can't comply if you don't understand the quality policy objective for your school, for your department, for you as a person. I tell them that you are quality yourself. Yes, because if you are not quality, you cannot give quality. So we talk about complying to international standards and certifications. We have ISO standards. We follow ISO standards. We have Higher Education Council standards. We have UNESCO guidelines. And we make sure we follow all this to help us to comply to quality. Now, as we talk about complying, you see, I'm talking as if I'm in the classroom now. You as an individual, how do you handle the students? When your students, you are supervising. You know, some students come and they complain. And they said, I have written to him, I have talked to him over and over again, he's not responding. Please change my supervisor. Where is quality in that? And as a result, we allow our students to spend more than the number of years they are scheduled to study and to finish from the university. So we need to make these students to feel at home when they come to us for supervision. You know, sometimes students come and they say, please, I'm not proud. I want you to supervise me. I said, I'm not the only person in this university. No, we have heard about you. We know how you're helping your students to understand what they're supposed to do. That is what all of us are supposed to do. And that is quality. Now, as we talk about complying, before we start the semester, we have to understand the infrastructure, the facilities, the personnel. Are they there? If they are there, are they sufficient? We have to look into all those aspects. So from my office, as the Deputy Vice Chancellor Quality, Management and Institutional Compliance, I do a lot of checks, a lot of walking around. Actually, from the boardroom to the front line, that is what I practice. I don't just sit in the office and say, go do this, go do this. I go with them and I observe myself. I take pictures. And then I submit the report. I go and defend the report. And something changes. And we, in my university, we make sure that the new intakes, we give them survey questionnaires to respond to us. Where are they coming from? When we talk about accessibility. What services have you received since you came? How satisfied are you? We also conduct surveys on the continuing students. We want to know how satisfied they are with the teaching and learning and the examination processes and other administrative services that they receive. Even up to the accommodation. We also carry out surveys to find out what are the issues the students are facing in the hostel. And that helps us for continuous improvement. Integrity is important as we talk about quality. If a student comes and says, I want you to attend my graduation ceremony, I tell them I'm not for that. Yes. Why? Because they want to first buy you before you mark them. Remember that quality is not just the grading. It's not just the marking. No. It is you, your relationship with these students. How do you handle them in your teaching? Are you monitoring yourself first before my office comes to monitor you? Yes, because you have to tell us that you are engaging these students enthusiastically. You are making learning a very sweet experience for them. I ask you, when you are in the classroom, you are supposed to have 25 students. How many are there? Why did they run away from you? Then, when another person comes in, the same 25 students will be in the class. That is what one of the speakers said. The students will say, now there is internet, there is digital, I can. Now students ask you, why are you reading? I have some bold students. They tell me, that one is reading. So what are we doing in the class if you are reading? No, you are supposed to make it engaging. Somebody was discussing with us, and he said, open book exams. I asked him, is there any policy to guide that open book? Are there trainings for the staff and the students on open book? Because you have to make sure that all these frameworks exist so that people will understand what they're expected to do. And they will do it. You know, if we don't train our students, I'm now going into digitalization. It has come to stay. It has become part of us. Internet of Things, artificial intelligence. In fact, my phone got updated 2 days ago. After that, my phone said, advanced intelligence. It's not only artificial intelligence. So they are there. They have come to stay. We are not supposed to be afraid of them. We should use them, but responsibly. If we don't tell the students how to cite using generative AI, they will continue to commit the academic fraud. They will not understand because they don't know. And if they don't know, they will not be able to implement. So we need to train them. We need to tell them, then there should be policy guiding all these activities. Protect the research that students are conducting so that another person will not copy-paste and it becomes theirs. And when we do all this, actually it's because of time, I have a lot to say, but when we do all this, we will know that quality is us and we are quality and we should comply. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Doctor. Ladies and gentlemen, this debate or discussion is very sweet, and time will not allow us continue as we should. I want to give a chance to some two people from the audience to either ask questions on some issue which a panelist has raised that you may want clarification on, or just make your comment. We have been talking about the challenges facing higher education in Africa and the way forward. And I'm sure each one of you there has something in his or her mind about this important matter. So can I give opportunity to a lady and a gentleman? Because of time, otherwise we would probably all of us talk. A gentleman and a lady to make a comment or ask a hard question for the panelist. Doctor, Prof, come and help me.
Hello.
Oh, yes.
I'm here.
Oh, yes.
Can I have the liberty to just give out the mic?
Please do.
All right.
Please do.
Yeah, thank you very much. Ariette Guizamahoro from Where to Play. Thank you very much for this conference, and I very much like the theme, empowering educators to prepare students for the complex challenges tomorrow. And my really comment on this, and from what the panelists said in the presentations, with regards to the challenges of tomorrow, I would request the doctors, the professors, in the researches that you do to really emphasize on the early years, I mean from 0 to 6, because as we know, it's the cornerstone of everything that we do. So if it's not well taken of, emphasized, then we will keep meeting the challenges. So yeah, if this can be highly emphasized, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
That was a nice call.
That's a comment. It's not a question, but a comment.
Yeah,
a nice
good
one.
comment.
Yes.
Now, since it was a comment, can we have two questions?
Okay, dear. It's okay.
Prof. Irene, have the liberty to choose one person over there.
Okay, thank you very much. Yes, thank you very much. My name is Innocent Kwajimana from the College of Education. Actually, in relation to the first, allow me to appreciate the different presentations and different views given by panelists. So my view actually tend to challenge the globally admitted view regarding financing of higher education. There is actually what I could regard as a dangerous trend of what I could term, in agreement by some authors, by the way, what I could term capitalization of education, but capitalization of higher education in general. This one consists actually in emphasizing a kind of creation of immediate wealth based on a kind of short term. I'm saying it because we are discussing sustainability. So this kind of emphasis on direct marketable knowledge somehow ignoring or excluding what I could regard as those knowledge, for example, creation of knowledge by university, because traditionally universities used to have as mission to create knowledge. But when it comes to this kind of capitalization of higher education, where we have, for example, emphasis on what, by the way, has been discussed here, one panelist said it is not debatable, for example, the link between university programs and the need of employers. So I would like to debate it. Probably it is a kind of jump into the unknown. But for example, when we talk about sustainability, but we don't take account of some indigenous knowledge, for example, which is not necessarily marketable. For example, in Rwanda, we have the experience of kind of overemphasis on STEM, where some traditional knowledges like languages, even by the way, our Kinyarwanda, which is the national language, is now becoming a kind of rare skill. We struggle to find, for example, people can teach Kinyarwanda because of that kind of overemphasis on link between university programs
and the market.
To market. So I think maybe I would like to know, by the way, to address my question to Professor Pamela, I would like to know what she thinks of this trend of kind of excluding, because this actually, as a consequence, has been this capitalization, as I would say. It is a kind of, it has as risk, it's likely actually to exclude the great proportion of young people who cannot afford the higher education, which is becoming more and more expensive. So I think probably what
good concern.
Yes.
Good concern.
So my question consists in that challenge of why can't we consider, for example, higher education as a public service,
a common
that
good,
could be a common good that could be funded by the government. As
thank you for that. Thank you. It's a debate from another angle you have brought.
Yeah, that's a debate from another angle.
Which is also good.
The next question promised me that it's a 30-second question.
Yeah, let's be brief.
Thank you very much. My name is Estash from University of Rwanda and a PhD student.
Okay.
My question goes to Professor Barak. He mentioned something very important about research and publication. But when you look around, considering like junior researchers, we are just facing the issue of publication fees. Especially when you look at our University of Rwanda, even the publication journals that we have, I cannot say they are enough or not enough in the bracket. But when you look even in Africa, we used to have the Ajor, where most of us were even publishing our papers. But sometimes most of the journals, they are not really accepted by the University of Rwanda. So by the way, which kind of advice would you give it to our university and even African universities to have such kind of a collaboration so that our publication can be accepted? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah,
ladies and gentlemen, like I said, this debate is sweet, but time is not on our side. So we shall keep it short. You wanted to add one more person?
No more addition, just a brief, a polite guidance.
Yes.
That the reason as to why we don't have enough time here is that people can be able to network and ask more questions when there are 2 or 3. So actually we have enough time, but we are structuring time differently. So maybe for the colleagues, they can be brief also. So
yes, let me come back to the panelists. I'm going to ask one question, and then you answer it with a question that has been posed to you. And the question is, there are policymakers in this room. There are university leaders in this room. I want you to give them one piece of advice you would want them to go back with, as far as challenges or the solutions to those challenges are concerned. Just one advice you would give, a Minister of Education, a university VC or principal. So ask that. If you don't have a question, just give that one advice. If you have a question, answer the question, and then you give one advice. Please, let's start with Dr. Nkechi this time round. Dr. Nkechi, you have no question, I think, but what one advice would you give that can improve the state of higher education in Africa?
Thank you, Chair. It's important. We have been talking about STEM. Only substituting that E, which was engineering, to entrepreneurship. If we can support entrepreneurship, our students will become innovative, more innovative, and add value to the continent and to the world at large. So more funding for entrepreneurship.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Professor, you have a question?
Yeah,
from the audience, and
I may not be able to respond to that question because each university has its policies in determining which journals people can publish to.
Yes.
But I would like to encourage that we need to even go higher and look into Scopus and DOAJ journals, which are highly ranked. Those can help our universities to grow and even increase visibility of our publications. But next, let me say that my focus was on research and publication. I think we need to build the research culture right from the very lower beginning at secondary school and even in primary schools. But also in research conferences like this, we need to have components for innovation. We need to bring here professors and lecturers who innovated things and let them come here and share with the others so that they may also try to do the same and inspire others to do the same. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Professor. Dr. Harriet?
Thank you.
What one thing?
Once again, I come with a message of working together, collaborating. The future of higher education in Africa cannot be promising if we work in silos. And that's why we are here. That's the very reason why we are here. So my advice to our ministers or government officials here and academia is that let's collaborate. Let us co-invest in areas of excellence. Let us share research infrastructure. Let us harmonize our curriculum and quality assurance and accreditation system. That is only when we can create a continental higher education system that will not only serve the purpose of Africa, but also be competitive in the global space. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Is Samuel, Dr. Samuel, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Do you want to give one advice to a minister in this room?
Yes.
Yes.
I think that the future of Africa hinges on transformation in the higher education sector. And that kind of transformation can only be well carried out through innovative and new ways of doing things. And one of those key things is through digital transformation. We should be able to improve our digital components in order to encourage our students to excel in their various fields of endeavor. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Doctor, for that advice. Lastly, Professor Perumal, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Can you give one piece
Can
of
you hear
advice to education leaders in this country, in this room?
Yes, I mean, universities and higher education define their purposes in various ways, but I would think that of paramount importance is that we are all striving towards a better present and a better, even better future. So I think it's really important to be able to understand, accept, appreciate, acknowledge the human capital that our students bring in, and our lecturers, the intellectual capital that we all bring together, and that universities need to be responsive to current changes. We cannot be, we cannot be lagging behind what's going on in our current societies, in our environments that we live. So there needs to be flexibility and innovation, and I think that is what would set us apart. So valuing human capital, accepting and appreciating intellectual and social capital, being flexible, being innovative.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Professor. Dr. Kadozi, please wind up our discussion.
Thank you so much.
You are already a policy maker, an implementer. Can you advise yourself on the way forward? What do we need to do to move our higher education system forward?
Maybe it would be an idea to reflect on, all of us. Perhaps it might be helpful as educators, but also as policymakers as well, to think about our output, education output. In this context, I'm talking about the students we produce, the research we produce, and in thinking about the output, this leads me to think about entrepreneurial education. So having this in the background, entrepreneurial education, not being so capitalistic, as my colleague raised that through his comment, but having entrepreneurial education as an approach. If we have that one as an approach, it will help us to address the quality of our education, the quality assurance, but also the question of financing that keeps coming up. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Doctor. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we have been having a nice conversation. As I said earlier, time has not been on our side. I want to say this, that we need to get worried when we see the list of the challenges that our higher education institutions face. But not just get worried for the sake of it. From the discussion we have had, we see that there is a way forward, there is a way out of this. And so I want to say that let this conversation continue. All of us out of this place should take back this conversation to our classrooms, to our boardrooms, those who are in the boardroom, to our communities, so that we continue looking for ways of how we can make our higher education come out of these challenges. I want to extend my heartfelt thanks to the panelists for a good job done. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, for doing a good job. And to you, the audience, for also actively participating in this discussion. Thank you so much for giving us this opportunity to participate in this panel discussion. Back to
Okay,
MC.
thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you
Colleagues,
so much.
we can go back. Thank you.
Well appreciated.
Thank you.
Round of applause. That was an exciting panel. And I said, time is not on our side. As long as we're on the side of time, that's still okay. And next we have gifts to our panelists, Aloysie and Annette, and anyone who may help you. May you please bring out the gifts. Prof. Pamela, yes, we want to line up here and receive. He who does good things always has a gift next to him or her. And the information is that all of us have a gift in the end, as long as we keep well. So we have Professor Dr. Onen, our campus advisor, campus administrator, Mr. Solomon. Would you please hand over the gift to Dr. Onen? The gift, Yes, the gift is coming. As you get the gift, please stay there. And whoever gives out the gift also stay there for a picture. Thank you so much. Next, Dr. Kadozi, and the gift is going to be given to you by Principal Prof. Flourier. We are going to do this one quite fast and efficient. And may I invite Professor Ojo to receive the gift for Professor Juliet Permer, who has been online. Professor Ojo, are we here? Yeah, may you please receive the gift for Prof. Wenceslas. Now, I want to make sure, because I'm also excited at this hour, I'm trying to make sure that I didn't miss out. Yes, yeah. May we have Professor Ndabaga to give a gift to Prof. Barak and speak some Swahili when you're handing it over. Pokea meaning, asante sana. So, with this, yes, I'm sure we're all good. What a good picture. The cameraman, have you taken one? We want to invite this great team to be seated. I'm sure everyone has got their gift. Yep. Thank you again for your time. Thank you, thank you. A round of applause. Yes, thank you again. A few announcements. Yes, Dr. Onen, thank you so much again for leading an exciting panel. It was the first panel and everyone is excited. As for time, I'm sure we have enough time. Let there not be an understanding that time is against us, time is against us. If it gets against us, we get against it or we move along with it. Now, there's a slight change on the program, for those of you who have it. We were supposed to break out into the breakout rooms where we're going to present our different research pieces. But the understanding is that flexibility is also part of this conference. And we're going to be heading for lunch. And we do our lunch out there. Now, don't quote me, but there is research out there that says any lunch that goes beyond 30 minutes loses value. Not to be quoted. So we're going to be heading out to our lunch, and we do it quite efficient, like I said. Now, there is a group among us, there are people among us who have signed up to go to visit the Genocide Memorial. There is a provision for that at 3 sharp. So if you haven't registered or you've registered, that's good. The bus is out there waiting for you at 3 later in the afternoon. I just want to make sure that we all understand what's going to happen until we break out. So we're going for lunch. Do lunch. It's out here, very well made. I'm sure we can try 40 minutes maximum if we can. And then we come back here just for instruction. This is the room we are going to. This is the room. After lunch, there is no other business apart from going to the parallel sessions to present our research pieces and then go for that visit for those of you who have signed. For now, I have this announcement here to be made after you are done with your lunch, with our lunch, that is. So, unless there is any housekeeping, I think that's it. Be headed to lunch. Enjoy your lunch. keep in good pieces. Thank you. Hello. Hello. You're all invited back to the room. Thank you, thank you.
Global competencies and citizenship, holistic education and student well-being.
Kuki aho hantu hari nk'abantu baza psychology
Education and student well-being.
n'abantu bose bafite ibintu bya bize za psychology
ariko hari na holistic education and student well-being. Izi system ntabwo ari zimwe.
ni zimwe zirafasha
deja ziregeranye. Urabona ubwo ni teme ebyiri ubwo ni nini kuko bazahaye rume turabona imwe holistic education and student well-being iri muri A na B na B
ntacyo ejo kizi dufite dina tuzazamuka
ahubwo reka nkwereke
buriya rero buriya nubwo
amarerezo mazo
is possible ko hariho n'izidashobora
zafashe rume
ariko ibyo bitwa
bidashobora kugira gute
n'abadashobora
kubira nahari yanye hari Hello. Hello. Everyone ready? People still at the back, please invite your colleagues to the room. Hello, please come back to the room. Hello. Is everyone back? Everyone get back and we share what we have next. Would you please take take your seats and then we start. Innocente, thank you for taking your seat. Pascazi, thank you so much for taking your seat. Tubashimiye abantu ko musubiye mu myanya yanyu. All right. And our IT people, thank you for rolling the music. Perfect, perfect. Thank you. In 1 second, we are going to begin. Thank you. So, welcome from your lunch session, if I may. I hope you enjoyed it. I also hope you had time to network. I also think you really had time to discuss many things, amongst those, the need to adjust and adapt to situations. And this is what I'm going to communicate. Remember, for those of you who have the schedule, and I really hope that all of you have it, there is a, for those of you who want to know everything about this conference, the papers, the abstracts, everything, you may want to take, there's a QR code here, have it for yourself. Now, those of you who know the agenda, we're expected, for those of you who signed up to visit the Genocide Memorial, and there are a few people who wanted to sign up, please, there is still some few spaces for you to sign up and join the rest if you want to. We were supposed to leave this place at 3. But also, before we left, we were expected to depart into the the breakout sessions where we get mentored. That space is meant for that. Because we have our most senior professors. We also have people who have written their articles or their presentations.